Good morning, everybody. Ding ding. Hmm. Spicy. Give me a second. So rip Jimmy since it didn't open above 25. Yeah, that's not particularly good. Oh yes. Give me my entry. Hmm. Sorry. Just wanted to grab some positions. I'll speak in a second. um, all right. How hard is that gonna reject though? Okay, I'm good. Does GME up mean complete market meltdown, Kenny jail? No. Did you get an AMD entry? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Although I'm not sure how much I like the rejection off of 170 here. It shouldn't be too bad. And I think the strikes are being bought pretty aggressively right now, so we'll see. There's definitely some short calls repositioning, so hopefully that doesn't last too long. We just fill the gap and then right back up. Okay, end phase looks good, and then I wanted to look at FSLR, right? Phew, fucking Carvana down 2.6% today. This one's tricky. Tested 187 in the pre-market. It's down $10. Hmm. End phase is up 2.3% right now. About a single AMD call. Let's ride, Gherk. Oh no, we're riding down. Vol's up a little bit this morning, which is interesting. SPX looks like it's probably going to get channel locked between like 53.15 and 5300, but we may fill the gap soon. All right, I need to open up data. Is that going to work? Nice. Good morning, Dork. A little bit of a bullish push, but it's not going anywhere. Be careful with FSLR. And phase looks pretty good here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. FSLR gonna fail 75. So many of the options are shorter dated. It's gonna start to get a bit more unstable. Trading an awful lot of volume in that fucking gap. Is there news on AMD today? Ooh. AMD grabs 33% of server CPU market and prepares for major processor launch. Excellent. Put a $4 candle. Healthy. $5. Does Jimmy up mean complete market meltdown? Did you get an AMD entry? Yeah. Activist investor on TXN. Interesting timing. That kind of is, actually. GDP is Thursday. PCE is Friday. And this is a cash account. No spreads. If the index breaks down, won't that affect AMD too? Yeah, but I don't think SPX is going to break down a whole lot. I think it's going to stay fairly stable. Mm. Hmm. Well, I don't think we have any data coming up for a few hours. What's the most important thing today? Probably Dallas Fed. Well, consumer confidence in 15 minutes. Crash Kari starts speaking in 10, 9. And then we got Dallas Fed at 10:30. And the 2-year note auction at 11:30. A 5-year at 1 o'clock. Looks like home prices were up month over month, slightly down year over year. The Case Shiller was the I mean, house price index was up too. Although month over month, not very much. Jesus Christ, we're gonna test fucking 165 here. It's an impressive rejection. What's NQ doing? NQ's down a bit today. Oh, it's just fucking tanking. Awesome. Tested 18,840. Doesn't quite resistance. I'd still test 30. NQ's selling off hard as fuck. Kashkari's not even talking yet. You think he starts at 9:55? Delta's a little bit negative on SPX. I think the crazier part is that VIX up and price hasn't really fucking moved much. Like SPX is basically flat over Friday's close. It looks like NQ is finding some support at the 1850 level. We'll see if that continues. Looking for a strong chop between 53-53.20. I think 53.15 is a harder resistance, but yeah, I think we're gonna get pretty much stuck here for the day. This wasn't a very strong open on either side, and we already pushed the downside pretty hard without a breakdown. So we could get hung up for the majority of the day. Dollar's falling a bit against the pound and the euro. And the yen, actually, which is weird. But we've got data, so I'm sure that'll have some effect. Consumer confidence is expected to fall a little bit month over month, but not a ton. Dallas manufacturing is expected to be pretty shitty. And then the auctions are going to probably drive some fall. So there's a few opportunities for us to break out of this range. Just not a ton of them. Cool off a $7 large Coke behind the Wendy's dumpster this hot inflation summer. AMD bounce is interesting. AMD has a shitload of calls on the chain, so it should be fairly well supported. It's outperforming a QQQ a little bit. We'll have to see if that can keep up. End phase is fucking killing it today. You said this would be a boring week. It's probably going to be. Like at least for indexes. What's the thesis on AMD? I wrote it up last night. When FSLR 3 DTE 300s. I'm kind of waiting for FSLR to pick a direction here, but it doesn't look great to the upside right now. It can reverse really quickly, but we're getting some sold calls, so maybe it gets a little bit of a failure finally. That was some 280 300s that I picked up for July, but I'd like to average them down if I could. I don't have very many. I was so confused why my STX look different than yours. You've got 5-minute on? Oh, yeah, yeah. AMD is almost as stacked as FSLR was last week. I'm up 120% on end phase. Nice. Yeah, no problem, Mike. Blitz, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls.
Sorry. Hear me out. NVIDIA just drags us up to 5,500 single-handedly. It's really trying, isn't it? It's hard to believe that QQQ is dropping when Nvidia is just up 5%. Unfortunately, everyone's selling all their other tech stocks to buy fucking Nvidia. This might be the point where we move from the Mag 7 to just Mag. I'm going to add to end phase. I added end phase this morning already. I added Friday on this morning. Ooh. Bulls are not getting a strong foothold on ES here. Sold calls are too much. Let's see if we get any kind of momentum though on the downside. Not a ton. Where's support? 297. Notice there's like zero vol shorting this morning so far. What's up, Dork? Yields are kind of spicy. I know they are. I'm watching them. Fortunately, the dollar's still down, so I'm not super worried about it yet. But it does look like it's ready to bounce on the daily. Is bouncing on the 15. July 19, enough theta on Carvana puts, do you think? Maybe. I have some July puts. I mostly wanted more theta because it can drop so far. So I wanted to make sure I could capture the whole move. But if you're closer to the money, July is probably not too bad. New single stock ETF offering. NMAG, the new NVIDIA CC ETF. No, wait. Is SPX going to reverse or is this going to fail hard? I mean, it's in the bull's interest to reverse it. There's support at 53, right? So I mean, we should get a little bump. Whether they're able to hold that or not is another question. Did you see the Bloomberg survey? 28% of people said inflation hedge was tech stocks. I can't even. You mean the most interest rate sensitive sector? Of course it is. So people think that tech is the inflation hedge, and Fed fund futures are pricing in a real rate of 1.15% for 2026. That's good stuff. Yeah, 130 is a big resistance on end phase. No, I stopped selling bear calls on Carvana. Once it slides below gamma neutral, the chance of a bounce is too high to carry the sold call risk. Because vol picks up, right? Dixie USD JPY VIX all trending up in this short term here. Will we hold 5,300? No idea. Some sort of alarm? Hold on, I'll be right back. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it was fire alarm. My grandpa used to sound like that before he died. Nice. Yeah, I got. Hold on. Yeah, I'm okay. It's fucking cat lady burnt a shitload of pancakes. No, it's not a pollen emergency, Derek. I just inhaled a bunch of smoke. It's okay if I vape harder. It'll clear my lungs out. Same dude, like 15 minutes ago. Congratulations. QQQ got a nice bounce there. Now we're getting some vol shorting. So the main character died on This Is Us. Interesting. Does cat lady babysit your cat when you're out at the market during the day? No? My Medi-Call is pretty fucking volatile. Tell that to the AMD I over leveraged on at market open. Yeah, Meta's pretty illiquid. I was having trouble with the spreads on it back in like Jan, and I stopped trading it pretty much at that point. When will Fubo get an activist investor? I think it already has one. Isn't Ryan Reynolds in Fubo? The spreads on the options aren't really that terrible, but I think that's a function of the dispersion trade more than the underlying market. Are you trying to say that you can sell puts easily? Because, yes. Does Atomic not count as an activist investor right now? Yeah, I think he does. Makes sense to add to the position when it's up. Yeah, I'll probably add more to it once or if it breaks 170. Activist investors are like the rich woman's chihuahua of the finance world. I only skilled in a little AMD so far. Oh, okay. Does Atomic own 1% of the company? Oh, maybe. I don't know. That'd be a lot of shares. How did Dixie get boofed so hard and have little to no effect on the JPY yuan? Dixie isn't boofed hard. God, you're worse than people telling me that GME's moassing. Speaking of GME, is it under $20 yet? Interesting. That's actually an important support to hold. Still kind of looks like shit though. Don't sass me. Fucking Dixie's down 4 points. What's Gamma Max on FSLR? If you have to ask, you can't afford it. 274.62. AMT looks like it's recovering in a fashion. My options are no longer down 20%, which is cool. Atomic might not own 10% of the shares, but he does own 10% of the OI on the chain. Just short. One of these days, we're going to find out that the pickle jar selling covered calls is the only reason Fubo's not $8. Time to double down on end phase calls. I added to my end phase calls on Friday and this morning. I don't want too much exposure to it. It's not FSLR, right? Also, it's really fucking choppy today. 30 is gonna be a bitch. Ooh. FSLR almost 270. Starting to leave some upside gaps though. I think call sellers here are going to try to push for a 260 test. Not a lot of put volume. No. Tons of call volume today, though. Nice. Pull back to the 166 level. I have 900 shares of Enphase. Selling 135s has been money. Nice. I think if Kashkari doesn't scare the market, consumer confidence might be bullish. I mean, I don't think Kashkari is going to scare anybody, and consumer confidence was up. Hey, CSPs too, not just CCs. Noted, Atomic. I forgot that you were also bullish. Are you still in GoEV? Yeah, but I have leaps. Leaps and CSPs. Ooh, I was doing it. call sellers on FSLR about to get punished? That'd be fun. Yesterday you said Upstart's on its way to 2050. Does that mean better to wait for CSP for a few weeks until we hit that level? Yeah, probably. Also, till CSP's price up. Thanks, Al. I've got leaps and bounds. Nice. Do you think a break below 50 cents on BNet ends the squeeze for the foreseeable future? You mentioned that shorts have a handle on it, save for an investor buy-in. Well, they've got to maintain a handle on it until the 4th. What's your AMD target? 180 or 200? My AMD target is 168.50. This week or by June? Could be this week. So AMD 150p's for Friday? We're not smart. Maybe not. Do you think GoEV will go back on Reg Show anytime soon? We'll see. Probably. I mean, the more they short it, the more obligations are going to build. Its float's a lot smaller now, right? Why didn't you put some context to AMD on screen? I assumed 2Ds. You mean like the pile of calls I bought? Show us cool bugs. I think you bought the wrong playset, Squamsk. Where can AMD go? You said the chain was stacked like FSLR. I just said 180 or 200. 200 will require that bulls keep coming in. It's fine, Squamsk. I'm just fucking with you, man. Berries. Maybe I should have stayed long QQQ. Yeah, I'm gonna regret that now. 50% was okay. FSLR is trying to squeeze out the 275 calls. Hey, Enphase is almost back to 4% again on the day. Why is this so volatile? Yeah, there's some calls added Friday. It's just a sympathy play to FSLR, right? But it's lagging way behind. FSLR was like almost 290 this morning. So have hedgies learned to pump NVIDIA using the Robinhood 24/7 market? That doesn't do anything. That's just a way for Robinhood to steal money from you on the spreads. You should find a place to write your thoughts on stocks so this doesn't happen again. I literally wrote down AMD last night. Did you just send me a picture of an orchid? What the fuck, popcorn? Is this a proposal? No, it's a cool bug. Oh, it's an orchid, like the orchid mantis. I see it. Yeah, I see it. Gherkin, I'm moving from Texas to Washington, June 3rd. Wish me luck. I hate what Texas has become. I've always hated what Texas was. So, we're on the same page. I think when some people ask questions about what Gherkin is trading, they must be watching the stream on a phone because the trades are right on the screen most of the time. Sometimes. I wouldn't say most, but sometimes. I love it when I buy way too high, then average down, and realize I now have way more money on the play than I wanted. So fun. What's the options chain for end phase like? Yeah, there's some build up on calls on Friday. It's pretty solid. What are your price targets for GLD this year? I don't think I have any. I'd definitely take some profits if gold moves up to like 2450 again. I bought a little bit last week. Seems like it's still holding its slightly bullish trend. You can do it, AMD. If AMD gets over 175, it's gonna rocket. There's so many fucking calls. So far, so good with AMD end phase. Thanks, Gary. Hold on one second. I gotta answer the door. No problem, Jin. Oh, great. Now there's firemen. I'm married, you muppet? I wasn't implying you weren't. Whatever happened to that pickle who posted pictures of his orchid mantis pets? Oh, I don't know. Apple? As a Washingtonian, welcome. I hope you like rain. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to move to Washington. Mountains, heroin, rain, vampires. But like redneck vampires, not the classy ones like they have in Oregon. CMA Lee 99, welcome to Dillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, my dude. Hold for Harambe. Also, if you could all short Tesla a little, that would be great. I don't know if you need us to do that. Sasso, welcome to Zillionaire, man, or welcome back to Zillionaire. Thank you. Hit me up if you need help getting re-added. What date are your end phase calls? I have July's, May's, June's, and September's. I've been buying them shorter dated as I get closer to spot. You mean the classiest vampires, like the ones on Staten Island? Exactly. I mean, I almost bought a house in Staten Island. I've never been there. My entire life, I've never once set foot on Staten Island. But I almost bought a house there. Why? Buddy of mine was buying like several like houses there to convert them into multifamily, and he almost had me convinced. The cash flows were good, and this was before yields were higher, so I was looking for something to stuff money into. What's FSLR doing? Struggling with 275. It got rejected, but it needs a higher low. Then it's gonna be okay, right? Did you sell some IC on SPX? I've actually been letting my Iron Condors on SPX decay off as I add to like long vol positions. Thanks for the Twitch follow, Nedog. Very cool AMD play. Stop setting profit town. Is AMD gonna break 70? I'm more concerned with it breaking 75. But 70's cool too. What's your end phase PT? Do you actually see it hitting 200? No, not really. I would say my PT is a bit more conservative. Maybe like 140, possibly 150. But calls are building. I mean, it could keep going from there, right? FSLR got the higher low. What do you think AMD breaks 70 without SPX breaking up? I mean, probably QQQ is more important there. But SPX looks pretty good to recover back to like 53.10, 15. I mean, you don't really, I don't think you really care about the price on SPX, more that it's just pressured up, right? Like this is where delta flips positive. So if it gets the positive flip, I don't see why I couldn't test 53.15. There's a little bit of a ramp, even out to 25, but we'll see. Mm. Can SPX please fail? I'd rather it just trades flat. I'm far better positioned for it to trade flat. 200 a key psychological level for AMD, with NVIDIA finally breaking 1,000. More exuberance or likely pullback if it gets there. If AMD gets to 200, I mean, AMD should never be $200, but the market's just stupid and broken. Also, you have kind of the gearing effect from all of the semi ETFs, which AMD is generally like the second largest holding in, right? And all of those data centers that NVIDIA is spinning up are still probably going to use AMD CPUs. Jesus, Dallas Fed manufacturing, -19, estimated -14, bullish. I'm not kidding. Bulls are really spinning the manufacturing falling narrative as a sign that the Fed is doing the right thing, which is stupid. But who said it needed to make sense? Broken, but Nvidia is surely worth 3 trillion. Yeah, cyclical chip manufacturers valued like their cycle's gonna run 10 years is just some spot on analysis. SPX about to chop its way to 53.15. If it could get over the hump where Delta moves positive, sure, but it just got rejected. SPX is going to be pretty boring today unless it breaks one of the two major levels. And that's going to be probably 15 and 5,300. What's up, Barry? Friendly reminder to everyone, trades executed on or after May 28th, 2024 will now settle on the next business day. Yep. Kashkari already speak today? Yeah, he did. 9:55, I believe. He said things like, I think the odds of the Fed raising rates are quite low. We could stay on hold for an indefinite period of time. That was about it. Bid to cover on the 3-month was kind of shitty. But the Treasury is going to be spinning up the buybacks, so maybe those will get a bit more liquid moving forward. QQQ's holding up a little better this time. It's kind of back above trend. NQ hasn't quite recovered, but support here at 18,885 could be kind of bullish. Still needs a breakout back above 18,936 for a reversal, which I think is unlikely. Google's having a nice day. Ball's still turning up. SPX is struggling here a bit. We're gonna need a pretty big buy to turn that around. How much are out of the money calls? Overpriced. 580. Nice. I'm still adding to your SPX Vega positions. I am. Not today. Well, at least not yet today. But I have been adding to them. My mom slipped on a grape while walking out of BJ's, broke her foot and twisted her ankle. Which zero DT should I buy from the settlement? I think that's her decision. Well, options were already T+1. Stocks, stock trades, and exercises are now T+1 as well. They make new Blackwell every quarter, and it's a new boom every quarter. Constant beats. AI is in the future. So are its profits. What is a Vega position? Could you provide an example of how you profit off of Vega from SPX? Yeah, buy a put far out of the money with a lot of Vega and a lot of time to expiry. Profit when vol goes up. Is it safe to say you're the greatest trader of your generation? I doubt it. I'd be like a multi-billionaire by now, right? I'm a filthy degenerate. Sometimes I'm a good trader. Win T plus 68 DD. It's already written. You're just -1. AMD rocket time? This is as good a time as any. Got it. Full porting December 2029, 400p on SPX. Plenty of time for a mean reversion and volatility. Me looking at a year of Vega puts that weren't profitable. Okay, they were. You just didn't sell them when they were up, okay? Let's both be honest with each other. There were plenty of opportunities for you to close them for a profit. You just wanted more. All the other great traders I know started off rich with rich parents. Gherk's the bootstrap goat. Can SPX break up here? Yeah, there's some momentum. That's why I bought a call on the gap up. Well, I actually bought it before it gapped up, but let's talk it. Let's not discuss that. Up like $20. You were up more than fucking $20. My Vega puts never went in the money. Why would you close out of the money options? Because they're profitable? I got my AMD late. It's still printing. I mean, there's an argument that buying after open was nice. I averaged down through here, but I started buying here, which is a little too early. I should have bought 10 AMD calls instead of 5. I was scared from the last AMD pickles pick. But that one went great. It just didn't hit the high PT, it just hit the mid. What was scary about that? It went from like fucking $50 to 65. Or 150 to 165. There was one that went straight down. I don't remember. When I shorted it? There's 2 or 3 ago, maybe. Oh, the one where it crashed into open? But that was already below, it opened below risk. Why would you have bought into it? I remember which one you're talking about. Yeah, it like fucking AMD opened like 5% down that morning. You were like, this is what I want to enter? I'll take 95% and leave in some runners. Nice. Open below risk is my middle name. Fucking D-gens. Of all the lines I draw on Pickles picks, I feel like the risk line is the one that people fuck up the most. What's risk? Exactly. Bought the AMD bottom, took 200%. Left runners. Thanks, Big Gherkin. No problem, dude. You know it could still go up to like 200, right? I mean, I'm all about taking profits. But it's got some juice. Big juice. Yeah. Not Jews, juice. Big juice energy. I need to find an energy drink with anhydrous caffeine so I don't get so jittery. Come on. You push Delta positive. At least try to run up the fucking calls you've been buying. Useless bulls. $52.50? Someone 72.50 should not be a fucking resistance here. Speaking of juice, what's Dole doing? Chilling, 1250. Banana and pineapple volumes have been up, which I assume is the bull case. No, juice, not Jews. God damn it. Oh shit, my FSLR call is printing. Nice. See if we can get to that pre-market high again. Have you tried microdosing? No. Banana and pineapple up for improved flavor bull juice. Yeah. Someone tell Enphase it's allowed to run. Thanks. It's already up like 3.5% today. Let's see what the weeklies look like. Pretty good interest out to 75. A bunch of interest out to 80 on the OPEX expiration. Charm's super supportive once we start getting above 70 and 75. For AMD. FSL. Do you have the Greeks on Carvana? I mean, yeah. FSLR is so weird. Everything's just calls. the closest put on the chain is like 260. There's barely any at that level. There's still a shitload of calls at 280 and 300. Picks up a ton of delta and gamma on a break of 280, which is probably why they shorted it below in the pre-market. Yeah, I got it back below 280 before open. Oh, Greeks on Carvana. Sorry. Delta neutral's at 104, gamma neutral 113. Carvana's down like 2.5% today already. Real talk, set stops at 75% profit on my AMD calls. Nice call out, Pickler. Thanks, Popcorn. If you can make money, nobody has an excuse. Especially after you bought the 150p's at open. Losing this is not good. I mean, it's not super bearish. It's just a failure of the bulls to get the breakout above 51.10 on the sold calls. So yeah, I mean, another rejection. This could still bounce here though, so I'd be careful. Like, keep an eye on VIX. See if short vol's coming in. Because a bounce off of this would still be bullish. It's just a failure of it that would be bad. FSLR gonna keep running? If it breaks 280, absolutely. How far could it run today? I don't know. 290? 300? Also set stops on AMD for a similar amount. Do you see pullbacks or just same like FSLR? AMD is going to have a little bit of resistance at 75. Maybe a little resistance at 80, but I mean it's stacked. Most of that resistance is just, you know, the MM kind of neutralizing their hedge into the larger strikes. So I don't think they're going to be like significant resistances. But they might lead to like a small rejection. Can you rewind time about 30 minutes so I could double my AMD position? No takesy backsies. How high is Nvidia gonna run? I don't know. Probably just until it splits. How come the SEX gaps didn't get chased immediately by the market maker? On the breakout? Because the hedge flipped positive? Like 2 candles in, we were already pretty far away from the gap. We could still fill it later, but BNet is MOASsing. That's a strong word. It's back above VWAP. Still needs to push above 80 to really pressure the shorts. Or at least the short vol. GME holding on to like 2250. This could retest 25. There's a little bit of a ramp there. Starts just chopping. Do, do, do. Hmm. One second. I got a phone call. All right. Get off the phone. It's making an AMD dump. It's fine. SPX is failing. Probably a little dump on QQQ there too. Yeah. I'm gonna chase down that gap that everyone was so worried about. 1125. FSLR is pushing 280. Let's see how bearish things are getting. Yeah, it's not too bad. Gamma's still pretty positive. Delta's a little negative. Might test like 5,300. Is sub 5,300 possible today? Yes, but I expect it to be pretty well defended. Because it's... if we lose 5,300, it's really bad for the bulls. If we do get a breakdown there, I'll probably go short. Ooh, FSLR is breaking 280. Reversal. What a ridiculous fucking stock. Now back to sitting at 5,305. 5,305 is actually just a slightly more bullish than falling back to 5,300. We keep getting lower highs here. Or higher lows, rather. That seems more fitting with the gap. You know what? Just do that. NVIDIA should now have some support at 70. Oh, what the actual fuck? Yeah, AMD. Sorry. AMD support 170. If FSLR would like to halt, that would be amazing. GME up 22%. Gross. Why don't you just say $3? What was with the fire alarm? My neighbor fucking lit her stove on fire, and the firemen are here, and then the fire inspector is now here. You don't measure your pee in millimeters? No. What do you think? I'm a European? Is Burry Long FSLR? Supposedly. I don't know if he still is. What do the fire inspectors do? I think they have to come out anytime the fire alarm is triggered. You guys both made the same joke. Congratulations. It's not supposed to lose 80 once it breaks above 80. Bulls are kind of getting a handle on it on SPX again. The problem is there's just nowhere for them to run it. All the fucking longer dated calls the upside are sold, and that's crushing all the gamma from like 5310 to 5320. So they're buying zero DTs there. They're just probably not going in the money. Hey, we got 80 back. Nice. That looks very head and shouldery. With the downside gap at the neckline. Interesting. We failed to fill the gap here, which should be bullish, but then we got rejected again. Vol up. Oh, we broke out higher. Interesting. This level? Ooh, nice. Is Jimmy gonna rip face if it gets to 25? No. No, it needs to break 30 for that. I get the feeling that a bunch of you entered end phase today and not when I was talking about it on Friday. I have a feeling that you're thinking of the Roman Empire. You son of a bitch. Yep, end phase today. It was so much better on Friday. So you waited till it was up 4%, and they're like, this is the fucking entry. I did enter end phase today, but I'm up 12%. Alright. Holding June 21s, took 127, 20% on a 170C weekly, re-entered 175. From what? Oh, AMD? Nice. I entered FSLR. I'm waiting for it to enter me at 300. You also mentioned it like right when FSLR started running. I started buying it right when FSLR started running. 16% ago. I waited until FSLR was up 20%. I still made 70% profits. Okay, I understand that this has worked out for many of you this time around, but please be cautious in the future. Entering stocks after they have run 20%, betting on more upside is not a winning game. This isn't. Is this a decent FSLR entry? I mean, the options are very overpriced, but yeah, I guess if your stop's tight, it's not too bad. It's a little risky. It's a like rising head and shoulders, but maybe it's starting to stabilize against the 80 support. I'm in AMD this week for the full run up after seeing FSLR's call ramp payout. I mean, don't be stupid, but yeah, I mean it's got good range. Scale out of profits, right? I want to go hard into AMD, but the PDT limit is getting in the way. Thoughts? Careful. No, but the fire inspector is coming around. I guess he's going to be here back in about an hour and a half, and he's got to check the sprinkler system. Do you have a target for FSLR today? No, not really. Just seemed like it found support and a bounce back to like 80 seemed viable. It's getting supported 80, which is bullish. Just playing it as it goes. I still have a lot of like long dated positioning on it, so I missed the 275 entry today, and it seemed overpriced and too risky at the time. That's fair. It is they are expensive. Is he gonna light you on fire? I hope not. Silly to add here, or a break of 175 for better confirmation. A break of 175 would be the next place I would consider possibly adding some. Just put more money into the PDT restricted account. Be like the Fed. Do you think the fire inspector is bullish on AMD? That's a good question. I don't know. Are you waiting to sell the 175C? No. I already entered that other position this morning. The one I posted, but this is a cash account. I can't sell anything on this. So I just raw dogged the calls here instead of selling the call against them. Seeing Russell reconstitution updates. Any idea if Jamie moved back to the 1000? No? You mean stayed in the 1000? I have no idea. I haven't looked. I don't really care. At least, like, I don't think it matters today. My girlfriend is a hairstylist, and she asked me if she should buy NVIDIA because they're all talking about it. Is this the top? You know what? It might be. That might be the top signal. How much does a hairstylist make a month? Like 4 or 5 shares? 6? I can't find raw dogging the calls in Investopedia. Oh. Yeah. Depends on how much the chair rent is. 2 shares after space rent. After taxes and bills, maybe one share. You guys all have vastly different views of hairstylists. My ex-girlfriend used to spend like 1.5K a month at her hairstylists. Sometimes two, like if there was an event or something. There are vastly different levels of hairstylists. Yeah, there are. We talking fancy or great clips? I don't know. He didn't tell us. My hairstylist barber, female, makes 150K a year in the Midwest. All right. Yeah, it also depends if they own the salon or not. That's a big difference. Girlfriend was paying for hairstylist Pontiff. She was a bit high maintenance. We're AMD next. Well, ideally 175. My first week living in Manhattan back in '09, I walked into a hip but not so fancy looking barber near Bowery in Houston. $325 for a men's haircut. I did the Homer slide back out of there. Sounds about right. I got that perm. Remember when I did the perm? I got it at some like hole in the wall Lithuanian place in Brooklyn, and it was still expensive as fuck. What do you pay for a haircut? I don't know, like 150, 175. I don't get my haircut very often. But it was gorgeous. Thanks, fiscal stupidity. I pay $30. That's what I pay for the tip. Fucking what, mate? Listen, you poor fucking Midwestern fuck, Bob. All right. Don't you live in Chicago? Chicago's not fucking cheap either. That's a woman's haircut. I had long hair. I pay zero. I'm bald and I shave my own hair. Nice. Does it come with a ball trim? No, but they do have whiskey. Some nice ones. Not great, like 15 year. I live in the Bay Area and I'd die before paying over 50 for a haircut. Where's AMD going? Hopefully just up. You don't hold it under the falling hair. I entered Maersk 2 months ago, 650 due to the Red Sea terminal and costs rising everywhere. It's been great. You think a top may near for them? It's risen faster than I expected. Yeah, well, they've been trimming down their dividend a bit. I haven't looked at it for a few days. Yeah, this is kind of what happened to me the first time I bought into it. Not necessarily. I mean, shipping costs seem to be sustained, at least for the time being. So I could see it continuing to go up. The dividend will probably cause some pullback, but I'm still pretty bullish on it. I re-entered right around, I think right around the same time you did. 680-ish, something like that. Kept some of my older shares from when it was like 7. What was the 2-year auction? I don't know. Obviously not relevant. Good to cover 2.4. High yield 4.917. So printed a 10-point tail. Sold 69 billion, 78.98% of bids at the high yields. Primary dealers at 16.57. Big drop in indirect, 57.91. Kashkari said, I certainly won't pencil in more than 2 cuts for 2024. That's kind of all over the place. Can we have a balls only chat to lord it over you poors with luscious locks? I think that's, you can just do that in Pigeon Wheel. There are days of Gherk's life. $3,000, best episode of These Are the Days of Gherk's Life ever by far. I can get my salad tossed for $150. Okay. Gherk wants the head massage, 15-year whiskey, a pedicure and manicure all in one. They do the manicure. I think I'm pretty sure that I pay for a beard trim, but I don't want them touching it. I could buy a salad way cheaper than $150. I can only find the OTC stock. That's the one. AMKBY. These haircut prices are crazy. Your house prices are crazy. How's the Carvana play looking? Are you into just bear puts now? I have put ladders. Describe to me how juiced AMD is. It's pretty juiced. 175 should lock in the bull run if it can get above it. TXN activist investor wants TXN to save cash with CHIPS Act and incentives. Shouldn't they expand when incentivized and build cash flow when the government money is spent? Or sit on the government money, wait till rates are lower, then expand? Do you think NVIDIA market cap will surpass Apple soon? Probably not. Although I guess it's possible. Seems unlikely. Greek, I took profits. Hold me, I'm learning. I just got a Manscaped ad. Perfect. I know Baradactyl's been working pretty hard to get some sponsorship through them, so. Apple's at 2.97? I thought they were up today. 2.94. Nvidia 2.76. Nvidia's probably topping out around here. Might move up again into the split. It's hard to say. It'll probably, like, the market cap could go a little crazy going into the split, but post split, I doubt it'll hold those levels. They make, like, the best part of this is they make like a quarter of the amount of money that Apple does. Google is giving odd answers. It's a bull put spread with extra puts. Have his FSLR squeezed the sold calls? No. The ones at 80? Not yet. It might, though. It's getting very close. Oh. Jimmy's doing a thing. This is doing something different than what I said I could do earlier. What the fuck is it? It's just doing what I said it would do earlier. No, I wasn't here. I had a meeting. Test 25. There's not a lot of interest above that. The problem is breaking 25 and pushing up to 30. Like right now where Gamma Max is, I think the high test is like right at $30, which is where a bearish rejection would be. Let's see here, I can show you. It's like right here. Well, somewhere along here, depending how long it takes. And then that would form the rest of the breakdown. But it'll be hard pressed to break 25. Hardly. I literally said earlier today, if it breaks VWAP, it can test 25. And it's almost tested 25, although that rejection looks rough. I wonder what I care more about. GME up $5. FSLR up 6. Tough choice. I'd care a lot more about FSLR if it would fucking break 82. I mean, it's hardly doing a thing. I mean, it's doing a thing, right? How sustainable that thing is questionable. It's up Jimmy up 2,800 pips. Go fuck yourself. Did Bina just go like surprise green on the day? Yeah, almost. This is getting like high frequency traded now. Nasty. CrowdStrike's moving a little bit. Netflix got rejected. Nvidia just won't stop pumping. Oh, that's not good. Well, FSLR failed the trend, but then immediately recovered it, which is probably bullish. That might make it its bounce now. Let's see if we can get that 85 test. The problem with 85 is it's like all weeklies. Not a ton of gamma there. But there is a shitload at 300, 310, and 320. AMD needs to break up. It's trying. I know we joked about calls on AI on Monday stream. Now ARM is running hard. I mean, all the money's got to go somewhere, right? Nvidia's getting too expensive. That's one of the reasons I'm long AMD. Damn, Dork, you banned him and then unbanned him? Rough. Schlumberger is up. Nice. Ah, phone call. It's called SLB. The future is now, old man. Fuck off. Is the bear put ladder same like put ratio back spread, just with different strikes on the long puts instead of all at one strike? Why don't you think about that for 5 seconds? Alright. Excellent. So I'm trying to pure pressure AMD. My boss just told me to take off the rest of the week after today until my wedding on Friday. When I asked you sick days, he said, nah, this one's on us. He's gonna fire you. Carvana's making me horny. It's down. I mean, I don't know what else we want out of it. It's down 3.36%. You know what, Dork? I think I've decided the data's too good. I'm not selling it to anybody. Fuck them. Firing me at my wedding would be a big dick move on his behalf, to be fair. I mean, yeah. Options chat says put ratio back spread same as bear put ladder, with one of the long puts shifted down. Oh god, I hate you so much, AJ. Unliked, unsubbed, dismembered. Just throw the Carvana play into option strat. I mean, he's just like reiterating what a bear put ladder is over and over again, but somehow it's broken his tiny brain. It's not the same, you asshole. You've just described the difference 3 times. Are we talking about AJ? Of course. How did I know this was AJ just on that one line about multi-leg options breaking his brain? Did you end up getting into HD on Friday? No. Now I'm angry with myself. Because I wanted to, and then I forgot about it because it's Home Depot and it's boring. Dork, you have to remind me again why we're going to give data to the pores. Because I've forgotten. If you were we're a leverage play into the housing market going down, which would you be? Credit default swaps on CMBS. You're about to be angry with yourself when Zuck transforms into Shrek and flops his Chongus onto the market. To pay for better, more data. I have money. Because you want to stop having to answer, hey, do you have Greeks on XYS penny stock? I mean, penny stocks don't even have Greeks. I'm jealous that me and some other pickle veterans use that other service. Yeah, but that sucks. I'm not jealous of that. I mean, maybe mildly irritated that it's not as good as it could be. Or even that good. You have a reason to mute AJ forever and not feel bad about it afterwards. I would never feel bad about muting or banning AJ. Because we're degens like you and like the company, don't lie. I do like having the degens around. Come on, dude, let's be honest. This is your ultimate act of altruism, taking their money and getting them something in return. You're motivated to do better than them, and I'm here for it. That's just because you want two people competing in the same space. The only beneficiary of that is the customer. I don't know. Dork's not selling me on it. Putting other data businesses out of business might be satisfying. No, it would be. That's like 90%. Stop being a cheap bastard and fund us then, you asshole. I'm not liquid right now, Dork. My money's in treasuries. Those treasuries are leveraged into TLT shorts. Jimmy broke 25. Oh, nice. Gamma max at 2620. Then 15% above gamma max at 3013. It'll be time to start selling some calls soon. Did FSLR even fill the gap? No. It dropped too hard. All right, 1 second. CMA, welcome to Cornichon. Thank you so much, man. Jimmy just ran past Grandma Snacks 2620, and then immediately got rejected. GM might have moved up a little bit today. I don't know what volume looks like on the weeklies, but I'd imagine it's quite high. Yeah. 18K volume on the 25 strike. It's like 14,000 on the 30. AMD's still looking tasty, or have calls begun to sell off? And most of the calls are pretty long dated. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Do you think FSLR has more room to run? Yes. If I thought it was done running, would I still have a call? No problem, CMA. Thank you. Is it Friday yet? I need a super boring day to blast degen songs. Oh, I still need to listen to those. Thanks for reminding me. So if I sell stocks tomorrow at Fidelity, cash should settle in one day. Now, like options. Yes. Why isn't GME up? Because I'm watching other shit? Right, that's the gap fill. Support, not support. What are we doing? A little bit distributive. Oh, it looks like Jamie's failing the Gamma Max test. It confirms the breakdown and a drop back below 2420. Hmm. Hmm. 30% return on risk. %50 return on risk. Let's see if it bounces again. A lot better if the 25.50 is in the money. What's the deal with Ivy and Jamie now? This pump has upended the apple cart on the crash now. I mean, it just gives them more to sell. So, no. So I took my cost basis, some small profits on 1/3 of my AMD position. So it's for sure going to 150 now. I say. AMD just giving us a healthy pullback here. Yeah, this seems fine. Consolidating against the resistance. These generally fail. Interesting that we're seeing a similar failure over here on FSLR as well. Although this is probably a byproduct of like QQQ failing. Yeah. QQQ having a hard time pushing up through that 459 level. SPX is still kind of trying to grind up. Delta's staying positive, which might be good if they're able to hold it into the end of the day. Except bulls don't really have any leverage unless they get this back above 53.25. I don't know how I don't sell these. Vertical. $0.50. SPX broke up. much is the 26 put? Pricey. Is it drop below? Break even's fucking low as shit. The 2% move today. I had to wait till T+2. Did you really compare investments into the AI to the metaverse yesterday? That vape is fogging up your lenses, bro. Why? Both industries make no money. Pick up credit iron butterflies 20, 2350, 27. Interesting. I think I like 2350, but maybe back to 20. Hmm. 79% return. It's okay. SPX ran into resistance again. Is 2+2 bump now a T1 bump? Yes. Which in terms of propagating runs on meme stocks is awesome. Because it means pressure will stay higher longer without the interim period to bring prices back down to spot. I saw a 40% play in Discord last night. You didn't say GME, but I did say AMD. Also, at EU market close, it was already at 26. So this is just retesting the same level it was at yesterday on GSC2. I think it hit 26.20 there too and then failed. You clipping nails? No. Do you think that market will ever fill the 96 gaps it left from October? That'd be cool. I wonder if NVIDIA's gonna squeeze the 1125 calls. I feel the FOMO in you through the pen clicking. I just want to sell a bunch of naked calls. It's not the same kind of FOMO. I'm feeling like Kenny's gonna make a lot of money on this. How's the AMD options chain? Pretty good. A significant number of calls from like 70 all the way up to 200. The biggest concentration of those are from like 170 to 180. Is the Nikkei daily in a bear flag? Interesting question. Yes. At least until it breaks back above like what 39,700. Why don't you sell bear call spreads? Too risky with shitty returns. Also, it's harder to get filled on the complex order book. Great call out last night, and Pickles picks for AMD made some money. Nice. Well done. The reason DFE returned because he saw Rentec buy in? Possibly. Or he just saw the sold puts and was like, this is gonna blow up. Yes, I spoke to Keith personally. Rentec and UBS said they're winding down positions. Rentec was never short GME though. They've always been historically they've always been long the position. They're usually not in it for very long, but they used to buy in and exit every OPEX back in like 2021. I think the last time we saw them move on GME was March 2022 though, so it's been a long time until the recent run. Do you think DFE still lives in the hood? Might live like hood adjacent. It's Massachusetts, so I mean he could move like a block down the road and be in a nice neighborhood. Ivy and Jimmy is just insane, or would throw a Hail Mary with a small percent of port. What are you betting on? A move to like 30? Seems overpriced. To be fair, it was overpriced when we were trading at 21. No, Rentec had nothing to do with finding the OPEC cycles, but it was interesting that they were also playing them. Every town surrounding Brockton is beautiful. Yeah, I know. Don't think we could get back to near 40 on GME. I highly doubt it. Shortfall's entrenched. GME's liquid. 10-year 4.5? Really? That was a fucking fast move. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's like yields really didn't like the fucking 2-year moving back to 5%. And it's getting pretty close. Interesting. Still pricing in half a bip above one full rate cut. I wonder if we're ever going to get the 25 breakout. Bulls have been pushing for it all day, but they're kind of losing. They're kind of losing their grip here. If this falls back below 5307, we could retest. Maybe. Well, let's say the gap, but maybe 5300. Yeah, they need to pump here. No, positioning's not really changing. SPX is super fucking boring today. But we already knew that was gonna happen, right? It'll run to 30 in after hours. For like one tick. T+2 now, T1 bump is we see due to purchases on the underlying stock or delta hedging the options, but both. I mean, the DMM also has T+2, not just the DRM. Big red candle on daily SAX, similar to previous top. No? Which one are you referring to? Are you talking about last week when we tested like 5340? Oh, you're talking about the April top? Yes, that's very similar. Also June 2023. If you go back and look at June 23. Yeah, I could actually I'll just show you guys on the daily. So these kind of like engulfing patterns tend to be really indicative of tops over the last year. See this? Where like the bounce trades inside the prior drop. That was true here, right? And then we failed. And then if you go back and look at like June's top, or July rather, from 2023, same deal. Big drop, failed to recover, failure. September had a little bit of it, but it was more aggressive. So like it just didn't bounce, it just traded flat and then failed. The only one that really recovered was here, which was what was that, like late December? Yeah. This one bounced and kind of recovered, but then it failed anyway. Except the low was like relatively the same. There's a reason for that. That has nothing to do with candlesticks, right? And that's why I don't do like candlestick TA. Because the reason for it is there's like a shift in bullish positioning, right? And bulls sell off. And then the remaining bulls are unable to stabilize the price, and then it fails. So it's generally indicative of a really big breakdown in positioning. I didn't do candlestick analysis. Fuck you. If you're going to run to 26 in the PM, then resolve at market open. Why have we run so much later today? Arbitrage is swinging back the other way, right? Like if you look at CVVWAP, all the ARB that was generated during the open EU session has now pulled back the other way. Which is generally pretty common when you get big moves in arbitrage like that. Right? Someone's gonna want to come in and take advantage of it. I'll ban you in a heartbeat, Smooth. I explained why the pattern exists. Which is what matters, right? Like the actual pattern's irrelevant. It's what causes it. That's where TA fails. Is it does not examine the cause and the effect. It just makes presumptions based off of visual patterns. Sometimes that cause and effect is repeatable. Does this petty knife rust like the other one you said needed constant wiping? I don't remember which one. Which petty did you get? The Gyotos I sent you were all like tool steel, so none of those should be prone to rusting. If it's carbon steel, it'll rust unless you wipe it down, at least until it develops a patina. Think of it like a cast iron pan. Kahetsu blue too. Yeah, that's carbon steel. I actually need pan advice. I need new pans because I had some horrible non-stick ones that died. What get? I mean, do you need more non-stick pans? It's usually good to have like one non-stick pan. In a perfectly logical world, all the rate price appreciation on SPX that came from rate cut expectations would revert when no cuts confirmed. I need that entry. I mean, you'd think it would have reverted when we dropped 6 of the cuts. Are you shadow banned again? Probably. I might have said something and pissed off the super stonkers. That's usually how it goes. Does Le Creuset make a non-stick now? I use ScanPan because they have a lifetime warranty. And so whenever the surface Mars, which it always does, they just give you a free one. Like you send it in and they send you a new one. And I think they refinish them. How attractive is the GoEV price for long-term retirement account investment? I mean, I don't know. I don't have like that big of an allocation to it. If you think the company is going to be successful, I think the price is pretty decent. It could be a little lower. Like 180, 150 is probably a bit more fair given the challenges they face. But it's not the worst price. No, those are reasonably priced for a lifetime warranty. Yeah, exactly. I've been using them for like 12 years, and I usually like burn through the surface like every year and a half or so. I don't take very good care of my non-sticks, but they always just send me a new one. So I bought like one pan like 12 years ago. Their newer finishes have gotten a lot better. They're a lot more durable. I think I've had the one I have right now for like a little over a year and a half. Way better than like Hexclad or whatever that bullshit is on like everyone advertises on TikTok. ScanPan? Oh yeah, AMD broke out. Let's fucking go. I think they're like Danish or something. But I like them way better than the all-clad non-sticks. For everything else, I just use carbon steel or cast iron. I have gas. Although I think they're replacing it with an induction stove this month because the new law. If you want like the best like carbon steel pan you can buy, I would say probably Solid Technics. Although they tend to be sold out pretty often. You could try Dardo. I don't know if they're still in business. Yeah, they are. Given current positioning, where's AMD's ceiling? Solid resistance at 80. A breakout at 80 could lead to a test of 200 though. Why does the market have to bounce every 5 minutes? Because if it drops, it'll drop really hard. What, Dardo or I think Solid Technics is it might be like that, and then Dardo is the other one. These are really expensive, the Solid Technics, and they're always sold out of like they're amazing pans, but they're usually sold out a lot. Dardos are made in Argentina. They're a lot cheaper, but they're also really good quality. Why would you be worried about using it on an induction? I mean, unless the bottom's warped, you should be fine. They're like the perfect pan for an induction stove. What's up, popcorn? Yeah, there's another auction coming up at 1. Massive thanks to you for helping us with our questions. Feel free to ask us any questions too, as there are many subject matter experts in our wonderful pickle jar. I'll think about it. Does YouTube auto block the word Teflon now? Maybe. Are they doing an ad campaign with like 3M? Excellent. I'm free from the Shadow Realm. I did tuna steaks last night on the grill, but ran out of propane right as I flipped them. I only got a solid sear on one side. Very sad. Do you have a blowtorch? You should have used a blowtorch to finish the other side. Only at the shop. So that engulfing, if it plays out like the last few, we could dip back below 5100, 5150 area in the next few weeks, or lower. Yeah. If there's someone who knows something PM doesn't, who's PM? I'd like to meet that person. Stephen Fry not included. Guys, I just sold my condo and I have an extra 60K. Where put? Oh boy. That sounds way too much like cock magic. I think PM means pickle man. Any recommendation on walks? Actually, yeah. Just forget the name of them. I can't remember the name. I mean, honestly, go to like a Asian restaurant supply. And anything carbon steel is probably going to be really good. But Finding one that'll fit on a home burner is a bit harder. Also, I think the one I have is called like Oxen Forge, but it's just a huge waste of money. You can get a better one for a lot cheaper, or at least an equivalent one for a lot cheaper. My AMD call is up 145%. I'm missing the money. It's getting to the point where even sliding IV all the way to the right on option strat isn't really increasing its value. What do? Congratulations. Ollie Oxen Forge. Yeah, they make really nice pans, but they're expensive as shit. And honestly, for like a wok, like you just need a carbon steel dome, right? As long as it's fucking rounded. But then you need a burner for it, which is that's where it gets complicated. I have like a little induction one that I use inside my house. Um but even it doesn't really get hot enough. IV doesn't really affect in the many options. Yep. I bought back some sold June 50C at the top on GME. Is today running for any T plus reason? No. Probably the ARB from the ARB carryover from the EU session, right? And then also the finalization of the offering can be kind of bullish, which I've been telling everyone for like a week now. Because the MMs are going to pick up all those shares and use them for their inventory. And that's like short term bullish. But the liquidity presented is long term bearish. I keep trying to get stopped out of AMD, but it just keeps going. I mean, the next strike for it to land on is like 175, right? I'm getting pretty close to getting stopped out of FSLR here, I think. If this doesn't get like another solid test, I'll probably close the weekly. It recovered from like that like slow distribution, but it's starting to do it again. And if this is like if we're seeing like increased sold calls at like 85, 90, 80, this could get pretty bearish really fast. So it depends. It could be bullish consolidation, but right now it looks closer to a failure point. Come on, Meta, you little pump slut. Wow, Dork. You had the worst pick out of the whole stream. He is not done. You're right. We'll probably reject off 5310 like 20 more times. Is it a bad thing to be labeled as a pattern day trader for a 400k account? Is that just a carryover from when it wasn't 400k? Yeah, the advantage FSLR has is that the buyers are aggressive as fuck. Like the second calls get cheaper, everyone's like, I need to buy more of these. Might make it kind of hard to sell them. It still has they still haven't squeezed out the 280 calls that were sold this morning though. Dork, what strike would you like me to pump? Yes. How's that even possible? It sounds degen as fuck. I mean, the whole run on FSLR has been degen as fuck. People were buying Septembers for a fucking for like a 60% move that happened in 5 days. The stock's up almost 100% since March. Sounds like AMD. AMD's calls are a little shorter dated, at least at the money. I'll buy everything north of 500 so we never break it. I was talking about PDT on a 400k account, but yeah, I made 1,000% and I'm halfway through the run. Nice. Starting to get any kind of trend here. Maybe a little bit. Might be a little bit more bullish on the consolidation. AMD is getting really close to 175. When is a good time to buy puts on FSLR? I mean, you'd be the only one. Did Discord disconnect? I don't think so. No? No. Maybe server issues? I'm always the only one. There's a shocking lack of puts on FSLR's options chain. Like the closest decent sized pile of puts is at 200. GB's out of shortable shares. That's not a real thing. Liquidity is infinite. We hit 175 today. We squeeze up to 180? Maybe. That'd be a fucking insane move for one day. I mean, I guess it's possible. We're already up like fucking 6% from today's low. Who do you think is winning the election? I don't care. Let's get one geriatric fucking dickhead or the other. Either way, the person running our country has late onset dementia. FSLR to 420.69. That's absurd. The call options run out at about 315, 320. I'm voting for Larry Chang. I'll move. I'll move to a different country. I hate that. He's such a chode. Is Beyond still on Reg Show? I think so. NASDAQ's Reg Show list. No, it's not. Oh, no, it is. Never mind. I lied. It's on Reg Show. What else is going on Reg Show lately? Ooh, a bunch of weed stuff. FFIE. That got murdered. DJT. The entire NASDAQ Reg Show list is just weed companies. Should I be shorting these? Hold on. Or are they just already shorted into the dirt? The move to T1 probably makes it ever so slightly more difficult to get something off Reg Show. But it's not going to make a big difference. Yeah. Beyond's in a period of forced covering, but there's just not a lot to cover, right? And every day there's a little less. It already had like a decent spike last Friday. Can EPAM do an AMD, please? I mean, it could. It needs to find a floor first, though. Keeps dropping right now. The next downside resistance is at 168. It's so hard to break out above this like fucking 282, 283 level. Yeah, T2 from Friday should push out an extra day because of the holiday. When are you throwing stops on AMD? Or is this like FSLR? No need for stops? I mean, there's a need for stops. I just don't think there's a need for them yet. I also have June calls. So I have some time. Do you expect GME to dump today? Hasn't it already? It already did. It fucking failed the Gamma Max test. Now it's falling back below 24. AMD rejection before 175. 175 is its biggest level, so probably the most resistance there. But once it crosses 175, it picks up a fuck ton of delta. The biggest problem with AMD is the intermediate strikes between the major strikes are kind of weak, which makes the major strikes like prone to rejection. We're stuck between 53.12 and 53.07. Great. I mean, you could make money on it. The swings are like $5. Probably boring as shit, but you could do it. How's Amat doing? I still have like a couple spreads left. It's kind of hanging in there. Up 1% today. I'm surprised it's doing so well, because Dow's been just a bag of garbage. This is dumped by double percentages. It doesn't even register in the mind of a GME holder, but it did. Right? Well, it dropped like 12%. Add AI to your software and go public. Gross. I want to earn $1 billion the hard way. I remember being laughed at when I loaded up on AMD shares at 140 after earnings. I mean, their earnings were shit. The success they're experiencing now is largely just Nvidia, right? They still guided down for next quarter. I definitely want to be out of this position before their next earnings. Also, shares are gross. Odds we see another hard push on GME, or is this rebound just a result of the end of offering? I think it's largely a result of the end of the offering. Some of it's the arbitrage, like normalizing, but theoretically over T1, depending on how much of the run it holds today, it might. It it might test the 30 level. It's kind of unlikely. I would say if it holds 24 here, it's got a lot better. Or it closes above 24, it has a good chance of testing 30 tomorrow, or yeah, maybe tomorrow. Ew, Intel's so garbage. 5-year note draws 4.553 versus 4.54. Another tail. Youch. Yeah, maybe it's time to short SPX. They cancel my fucking order? God, I hate that shit. Hmm. I'm never betting directional again. You're in the sweet spot. I don't think it's gonna last. Leaving an awful lot of gaps on the quest to keep this from losing positive delta. Should we get it what? Big rejection? They're selling the 5300p hard. Yeah, I'm aware. Well, they sold it hard, but that means they could also get squeezed out really hard on a reversal. Two downside gaps here. Just above monthly GN, which is at like 5306. Or no, it was like 5292. Dealer gamma is a little bit negative here. Sketchy pump? Yeah. Might be a little desperate. But that doesn't mean it can't turn into something more. When full port NVIDIA 2Ds? After the split, maybe? I'm probably going to short it after the split. This is very interesting. Delta's just negative here. Interesting. Failure. Oh yeah. Squeeze the short puts. Let's go. Did you exit Mr. AMD on the 175 rejection? I exited it because of the double tail print. I think indexes might fall. AMD is still really exposed to like semi ETFs and QQQ, which we saw this morning, right? And these, I didn't exit my my bull ladder because that's hedged, but I exited these because there's no sold call. So the position I put in Piggles picks, I'm still in, but these I'm not gonna fucking risk. Not at like 100% returns. What's the significance of the T1 change? Not much. Meme stocks might run a little harder now. So instead of having like a run and then like a dip back to mean on T1 and then running a second time on T2, they'll just carry through, right? Which will make them a little bit more squeezy and prone to volatility. It also means that the downside moves on them will probably be realized faster, but that'll be one effect. Cash accounts can more effectively trade shares now, which is nice for the pores. Let's see what else. I mean, at least from the consumer side, that's probably about it. Did we ever get T0? We should already have it, frankly. but that's not the problem that needs solved, right? Like, as at least as far as like the stuff that goes on with like all these over short stocks and vol shorts, the issue isn't the T plus two or the T6, right? It's the T35 and those settlements. ETF settlement will be 1 day shorter too now. T4. Yeah, vol up. Bill's trying to push it again. Higher low. Ooh, another gap. That's a weird one. Is that super bullish? Hmm. No. Call sellers are still coming in. They don't seem to give a fuck. Delta's still negative. Start to lose the supportive charm at 5305. So bigger sell off here. Oh, no, they caught it. Motherfuckers. Back below 5305. Oh, these pieces of shit are insufferable. Dork, I'm over leveraged on SPX 0 DTs again. But Charm's gonna go negative. And my puts are gonna get their glow up. Bad influence. What are they doing? Stop selling puts, you fucks. So unreasonably persistent. I'll do it again. I only added one more. I don't even want a lot. I just wanted to hit like 880. I'd even take 550. 550 is fine. $880 would be better. Actually. You know it'd be really cool. 52.85. Stop burning money. We all knew this would be flat. Silly. See there, now we have an upside gap to fill so we can drop. Perfect. Everything's in place, Dork. The confirmation bias is real. Oh god, we didn't even fill the entire gap. This is the worst. Do I need more 0 DTs? If I pump enough money into the 5,300 put, I could just cause the drop myself. They... Oh shit. Negative charm. Let's go. Don't rug me. What are you, long calls? It's like you're not even paying attention. Jimmy building a staircase to the basement. Everyone knew what Gamma Max was. If you didn't make money, you weren't paying attention. No, but if you can cause the drop and take profits before I feel greedy enough, I won't. Enough I lose out? This is what I wanted. 500x multiplier. Don't get back to positive charm. Don't do it. Yes. I almost got stopped out. No, I didn't get stopped out. Fucking bastards. It was not the breakdown I paid for. That was annoying. Just short the breakout now. What do you think would be the best move avenue for GME to take with the cash they have on hand? If it's an acquisition, what of? I don't think Ryan Cohen should be doing any acquisitions. Delta's still negative here. Wait a second. Interesting. If it breaks up, then I don't want to buy it at that price, right? Hmm. Too soon. Would T1 settlement make it easier to stuff obligations through CNS? Volume over the period of time would probably stay more elevated. So yes and no. It could also drive more failures during periods where fail to volume ratio is higher, and it will keep those periods consistently longer without the break in the interim. I've been in and out of the stream. Notice you got rid of your AMD positions. The potential for 180 or 200 off the table? No, I just think that the thought that the index was going to fail here. It may not. I'm still in. I'm still in the position I entered last night. The one with the sold call. But the ones I entered today had no sold call, so there's no hedge. So I took profits on them. If it rejects off 75 again or something, I might re-enter. Guess I should have left those. 1 second. Oh, great. I didn't get the fucking fill. Son of a bitch. Oh, well. Whatever. Should I chase the 285? I could. Yeah, why not? There's no way VIX gets over 13, right? Maybe. Girth, is this bearish? It could become bearish. We still haven't lost 5,300, so... We'll see what happens. This is a test of the, like, major breakdown level, though, so... And yeah, it could. There's a lot of sold puts today. It's bearish now. I cut my put on the one candle bounce. It's fucking didn't get the fill on the ones I wanted. Sucked. I missed by like 15 cents. Fucking stupid phone call. Whatever. And if we really get a breakdown, then the 285s will be solid. Local support's at 285. If we lose 285, probably goes negative on a. Then we could drop to 260. 275, 260. If that were to happen. That seems less likely. But it really depends on how hard these short puts squeeze out. So far, pretty hard. Like futures could pull back 50. This is the 5318 test, 5310, and then after that 5300. This is about a $20 range on futes. Nice, Sahib. Can you look at UPS? In a minute I can.
Support's at 90.85. Maybe. There's a lot of momentum. There really just might not be any support. Volatile as fuck, though. Yeah, still pretty good. Yeah. Well, we tried. They reversed it. If this fails again, it could be another opportunity. That was good. 200% return. It's failing. Hmm. Holy shit. VIX 13. No, they're not out of the hole yet. Oh, now I'm happy I sold my AMD. Gherkin, I've gained 18 VIG units so far. Congratulations. Do you want to roll these? What are these for? End of this week? Oh, maybe I keep them. What's fuck QQ at? 460? Seems aggressive. If Shortval doesn't get a foothold here on the put side, we could fall pretty far. They're trying, but they're not in a good position. Charm's still very negative. Delta's negative. Gamma's negative. Gamma's negative on multiple expirations. Not just today. Slippery. It's only 2 o'clock. 260 is supportive, not 250. Futures looks like dog shit. Gap at 5,300. Nice, good job, Deadman. Can we get a nice BBC here? Big, beautiful continuation. Zuck ain't tripping. Your recent obsession with Mark Zuckerberg is weirding me out, dork. This downside becomes less likely? Where? No, currently the probability of a continuation is quite high. If we get back above 5,303, then that would probably be the end of this, but this is looking kind of weak. Look, Zuck and I did butt stuff during spring break in Cabo. He let me ride his jet ski. I told you, that's how he tricks all the girls. I specifically warned you against riding his jet skis. Nice, Pie Guy. Well done. That sounds like a play straight out of P. Diddy's playbook. The 75 5285s were chef's kiss. I knew it would pay off ghosting you. Well, the new programs provide this type of insight. I mean, they'll provide the data. I have the SPX chart right here. I need to watch the spreads on this. Imagine if I'd held those 5,300s, though. Ugh. This is what I get for playing with stops. Like a poor. Fucking, what am I doing? Embarrassing. Is gold finna rip? I don't know. It's going up, right? It's having a pretty good day. I think it's gonna get back to like 24 at least. Maybe 24.50. Lower low. Come on. VIX is already back above 13. Let's get it to 15 by the end of the day. I think we deserve it. I don't care what you did, AJ. That just makes it worse. Forgot to set a stop on FSLR while getting my haircut just now. Back at my buy-in. Oh yeah, FSLR got stomped a little bit. It's not enjoying the market downside currently. It's still in a really good range though. Like it's not that bearish. Also, that's a terrible entry, but we won't get into that. Oh, fuck you, they're gonna pump Apple. That's exactly what I didn't want. Fill the fucking gap. Oops, nope. I'm still negative. Dealer goes negative Vana at 52.87. Oh, we're so close. No gap fill. They're gonna get it right. Okay, so we filled the gap. Now reject. Hmm. Knights of V working overtime. Trying. Charm's still negative. Uphill battle. Holy shit, Doric, you're up 12 cents. King. All I want is a sell-off to 52.50. It's not even a big ask. Fine, 52.57. See? Compromise. All I want is a flat market with meta going to 300. Wait, are you bearish now? 500. You know what you have to do, Gherk? Draw the line. Gross. I don't like the line. This could squeeze out every put sold up to 350. That'd be fantastic. Why are we retesting the trend? The bulls are so basic. Bulls are gonna win this, aren't they? They might. They're getting close. Or just lose really slowly, which I think is their plan. BNED's doing a little thing. That's cool. Hess shareholders said to approve merger with Chevron. I didn't know Hess was still a company. I used to have one of their... I got one of their trucks for Christmas when I was like 4. Fucking love that thing. You could fill the tanker part. I filled it with milk one time, drank out of it. No, they're like a gas station. But gas stations used to sell toys. What? It's true. Was it metal or plastic? I think it was like plastic with metal parts. It had like some, like the cab was metal, but the tanker part was plastic. Kids these days don't have toys. They just have iPads. No, they have bad parents. Gas stations just gave me hepatitis when I was a kid. What the fuck were you doing at the gas station to get hepatitis? Oh, sorry. What a weird childhood. I see that. Eating the candy in the bathroom. Can be acquired through open wounds. Why would you ever touch anything in a public restroom? It really shows that you guys didn't grow up in New York City. Carvana $30 pit leap's gonna be too much in the money by end of year. Maybe do tens instead. Yeah, Carvana is dropping, but it's pretty far from $10. Oh, we're doing it. We're losing 5,300 again. And Apple's falling. The only thing that can bring NVIDIA down. Please tell me I didn't buy puts at the bottom. You probably did. But I won't tell you that. My kids are all tan with pink faces from spending the entire weekend outside playing on the giant water slide that cost a quarter of what an iPad costs. Nice. If your kids are tan already, you should try to start a reality TV show. You could call it Children of Florida or Florida Child. People would watch it. Weird people, but people. Milk truck? I'm about far out of the money puts at the top, and they're still down. Who's the weirdest person you know personally, IRL? Hmm. Cat lady's not weird, just bipolar. Dork's gotta be up there. Is BNet a good hedge against market downside? Absolutely fucking not. Weirdest people I know, dork. Well, he said IRL. I mean, JFresh is pretty fucking weird. Yeah, it's true. You guys are close, though. Thank God you don't know me. I mean, if you'd said who's the weirdest person in the pickle jar, you would have been at least a contender. Most of the weirdest people in the pickle jar have been banned. Like, what was his name? Lemon Juice? Or that guy that was equally crazy that came on like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, top 15, not top 5. Ka was convinced I was like an actual shill. Taco Wu, yeah, that one. That was more insane shit than I can deal with. I did try to give him a chance. What do you mean? You are a shill? I know. That's what I don't understand. I was pretty honest about it. Donk thongs and scaping streams have entered the chat. Listen, man, everyone's got a grift, right? That's okay that yours is, manscaping or just generally scaping. COD just seemed crazy, not weird. There have been a lot of crazies. What? Kendra's the most milquetoast repressed person I've ever met. The whole Ko-Fi thing is just an act. Shids and oh yeah, Shids was fucking deeply disturbed. Who was that one guy? He's like, I think he's in the Superstock Discord now, but he's like, he kept showing us his calculus homework. Oh yeah, Monster Buddy. That was it. Yeah, he was crazy as shit. He wouldn't last an hour in the asylum where they raised me. Probably not. Can you poke WTI futures and make them do something? I haven't caught an entry in 3 weeks. You just wait for the shorts to squeeze out, right? What was wrong with 76? You're not trading. Are you trading futures? Why not light crude? Oh, this is what I paid for. I need these to 10x. Apple's cliff diving. Nvidia might go back to VWAP. Perfect. QQQ is below VWAP. Ooh. We got the upside gap. Everything's ready to go. Imagine selling the 52.75 for $1. Oh, I own way too many of these. Whoops. Never mind. They're going to sell it for 65 cents. Gork, what are those? Very far out of the money 0 DTE puts. I know you can see them. It's okay. I'm only down 17% on them. 13% on them. 17 again. 13 now. It's oscillating. You can't just stuff those into your pockets and pretend like you don't have them. Yes, I can. I have a stop. I'm being responsible. Think of it this way. If we test 5260, boom, money. If they're in your pocket, does that make them pocket oscillators? Poly pocket oscillators. I'll be the devil's advocate here in spite of rational thinking. Fuck the stops. I hear you. It's not pumping hard enough. It's only at 67 cents. It's almost like the position there is just slightly sensitive to volatility. Bulls are really panicky here. Release Charmadillo from his cage. He's getting stronger. He's evolving. Thank you, Cobra. That's the 10th time you've maxed out a credit card not on Pigeon Whale. I don't like this reversal. What the f... Why do we have to do this every time? It's like, wait, back up, guys. I accidentally sold puts there. Stupid. How dare you talk about 5285 that way? It's not a myth, it's home. Putting fat tails on the 2 and 5 year in one day and the market's still trading at 5,300. That's what's bullshit. Okay, now BNED's above 70. That's more significant. It's almost like that position might be a little bit sensitive to volatility. Someone's margins are strained. Yeah, keep selling puts into the downside, you fucking geniuses. So smart. Alright, now I want 5280. Yeah, Gherkin, you're over leveraged. I see those. Why are you hiding them in your pockets? Stop it. Yeah, that's right. Because there's no support here. Just keep going. Yeah. Let's squeeze some more. Let's go. 5287.50. Dump. Yeah. That's the good stuff. God, I've really chosen the put that they like to sell the most. Alright, we got the 8. Well, pretty close to the 85 test. Do I go long now? No. This is too bearish. Congratulations, be happy. Nice. It's fun, right? Some would even say addictive. Might get 80. Dealer might go negative Vana. long Vana. Yeah. Knave Vana exposure. Dork. We're like $2 from an intraday crash. Hedge is performing beautifully. Come on. $3 more. Yeah, just sell more puts, guys. It'll be okay. It's working so great. I swear to God, on these drops, it's like they just leave the put selling algo on. Like, it's alright, we'll just sell puts into the crashing market. Genius. They've gotten squeezed out of the 75 3 times in a row now. Ah, they got me. That's pretty good. Not sure one of his pre-market plays have played out. He's not terrible though. That's literally the metric by which you define good and bad traders. AMD is getting slaughtered. I know, that's why I closed my position. Now if it can hold 70, I can just sell more of the 75 call and buy even more calls for cheaper. How is this any different from printing money? Well, it's not printing money, it's stealing money. Me too, but it got wrecked hard. I mean, that's awesome, right? I feel like that's awesome. It has solid support at 70. If it loses that, it's a little shakier. Hey, trading this thing is pretty easy when all your degen plays work out. Finally, I'm on the other side of the statistics. Today's been an unusually great day. Now I just need us to go back to 5305. So I can 10x another 40-cent option. Bought AMD near market open, went to 1.5 hour meeting, came out with 1K. Nice. That was a shitty entry too. Pirate duck kill. You don't touch the duck. Alright? Are we close to long Vana territory? Yeah, fairly. But that's like all the more reason for bulls to try to bounce it back, right? Yeah, like 81, 80, right around there. We almost dipped below it on the first test. Remember, it's always like spot has to move faster than the hedge in order for that to happen. So you need like a rapid drop to fall under it. But if you do, yeah, it's super fucking bearish. Is this just another gimmick to attract weak bears they can squeeze out? No, they're losing positioning. I mean, they have been for quite some time. I should probably cut this end phase weekly. Maybe I should cut all of it. I don't really want to close any of the 200s. The 140s and 150s are still up. Not as much as they were earlier, though. That's bad. Big fat gap there. Let me see where end phase has supports. I know I checked earlier, but I forgot. Support at 25. If it loses 25 back to 20, so it's at 27 right now. So it's still kind of holding up. Futures tested the trend. We got the 5300 test. This should be somewhat supportive. If we lose this, it's bearish as fuck, by the way. Yeah, BNED moved hard. It's back at 70 cents. Starting to pressure the dollar calls. 80's better, but 70's a start. I'm still intrigued by that position. They're in a rough spot. I would not want to be short BNED right now. I have it on the screen. Not want to be short, same like want to be long. Those are very different things. No, they haven't gotten it back below 50 cents. What an asset of stacks joining and leaving the Russell 2000. I think they should start announcing them today. Yeah, because today should mark 30 days from the inclusion date. April 30th was rank day. We only have preliminary index. So this Friday, June 7th, 14th, and 21st. Updates will be posted to their website after 6 p.m. And then the June 10th is when the lockdown begins. Markets open with the indexes reconstituted on July 1st. So we should get a preliminary list on Friday. We could see maybe deletions in the R1K. So far, they only have. It looks like they only have the Russell 3000 and the Russell Microcap Index for the 24th. So the 31st should give us some of the R1000, R2000. Oh yeah, actually, you know what? GME is the lowest. GME was below the smallest for the Russell 1000 on April 30th. So maybe it's gonna hit inclusion. It was like half because it was under 3 billion, and the smallest inclusion was 4.6. 2.4 with banding, but I don't think that's gonna affect it. 5250 tomorrow. How about 5300 before end of day today? Stop being a fucking shill. How important is 85 on SPX with intraday positioning and charm? 85 is not that important. 90, 95, 5300 are a lot more meaningful. Subscribe. Don't forget to like the fucking stream, you assholes. Embarrassing. Oh, hey, Gherk, thanks for the free money, but no likes. What a dick move. I even told you the top of GME. So wait, you liked earlier and then withdrew it? Thanks, Max. This market's so fucking dumb. I love this. Meta going up because herder, we sold too many puts, saved the index. And index going down because herder, we sold too many puts. Why red candle? Just hate like the stream. Thanks, Tom. We didn't play GME. Yeah. That's okay. SPX dropped like $30 today. GME only dropped 4. Well, I guess it tested 22. Yeah, like $4. 4.5. That's not as fun. Also, GME didn't have 50-cent options that went to $4. Banding, although evergreen, has been effectively abandoned and not printed since 4th edition. Nice. Do you think GME running up to 26 has too much to do with arbitrage with the German market, or is that not a big influence? That's a huge influence. We ran to exactly the same price the German market closed at. Nice, a banding joke. Yeah, finally something to do with my Mishra's War Machine. Thanks, Kirk, for the AMD play today. You can count on my stream likes every day. Thanks, DZ. I appreciate it, man. Also, congratulations. Thanks, Kirk. Can you play B-Ned's song so it goes to $1? That's not how that works. So scared bulls could be okay with just getting it to 52.90 to hold overnight. 52.90 wouldn't be very stable. They need it higher than that. Fill the gap, right? That's what the gap's there for. I said, look, we have a gap to fill. Now we can finally drop. And then we dropped. Now we're going to fill that gap. This is how the game is played, AJ. If you don't like it, quit. Please, dear God, quit. I beg you. We all do. I tried to drop down to the minute. Happened within 50 seconds of closing my 5300p. Win songs? I don't know. Can't you just be happy with money? Thank you, Thunder. You guys are so greedy. We want songs and options and analysis and money. Thanks, Fiscal. There's the one AMC guy who can read the algo. I wish I had that kind of skill. Oh, you mean the guy from Slingblade? I wonder whatever happened to him. I hope he's alright. I hope he made a lifetime of Mountain Dew off that shit stock. Sup, Gherk? If you buy my bug, I'll buy a super chat from you. I've told you 1,000 times, dork. I don't buy ceramics. I'm simply here to sit behind you at the pottery wheel where the mug is crafted. Like Patrick Swayze. I sold some DGen bull put spreads at 85, so I still made money on the drop. Fuck. I'm convinced that AJ just ends every day at $0. Like he just break evens every day. Never gains, but also never loses. I think he just buys all the options. I don't know if it's better than other traders. My mother had a friend who was a ceramicist. Just playing the long game on it, Colonel Mustard. Angie sees a candle of a certain color, then buys the contract that predicts more candles of that color. But then you know what I think he does? I think he just buys the wrong contract so much that he's found the perfect equilibrium in the market. Perfectly balanced, like everything. Exactly, Sasso. And then he complains, yes. I won't lie, there's a lane of TikTok that has attractive women doing pottery. It's a thing and it's satisfying, but kind of weird. Something for everyone, I guess. I don't. You just want to watch them mold. Do they just make penis shapes all day? Seems like a great way to advertise your OnlyFans. I'm starting to believe that there should be a new rule added to the list of internet rules. If attractive woman equals OnlyFans ad. I don't know if that says something bad about our society or just the general acceptance of porn. Or maybe it's a good thing that so many previously unemployed people have access to consistent income. Rule 69. Well, it's like every YouTube short, every TikTok video in which there is a scantily dressed attractive woman, there's a link to an OnlyFans. It's the best, Gherk. The best. Some of those women are gonna have children someday. Future pores. More like a link to all their Amazon affiliate products. I like to share my market sentiment, so this channel knows exactly what the sentiment of the common trader who panics about everything. The particular Discord channel is learning to profit off of it. I just imagine you, on the on the NYSE floor, just running between puts and call positions all day, and then closing them all at break even. Many already do. How does one find time in the day to be a single mother and produce OnlyFans content? That's got to be more difficult than JFresh trying to keep his children out of his bedroom for 5 minutes. Imagine all the complexes the children will have with OnlyFans mothers. I mean, it's going to be entertaining to watch in my old age. As they grow up into mature adults, that shit's going to be funny as fuck. It'll make for some great reality TV shows. I mean, eventually we're going to have to get some kind of legislation, right? So we can remove content from the internet. Disturbing? It's all disturbing. Imagine being in high school and your buddy's like, dude, look at your mom getting railed. What's the charm right now? Still negative, but getting less negative as we move up. It's kind of how it works. They'll be way more sex positive by then. High schoolers? No, they won't. Imagine getting the back of your head slapped and your bully saying, yeah, your mom loves that. I mean, they said that anyway, but now they mean it. They have evidence, right? That's the difficult part. Happy child birth rates have been decreasing, so a lot of these OnlyFans models aren't even having kids though. Yet. I will tell you where to find a high correlation. Former OnlyFans models and children. Worse, watching your mom peg your dad. Whoa, listen, Twat Waffle, you don't need to bring your childhood trauma in here. We're having a good time. Would you ascribe unspeakable nummies to FSLR for the rest of the week? You know, just because you change your name doesn't mean I'm not going to ignore you when you use the word nummy. I once walked in on my parents making whoopee. It was the most embarrassing 30 minutes of my life. SVX double top? Just a slight recovery. Unfortunately, my call's not pricing up, which is lame. We do have an hour, though. Where do you think SPX ends today? Somewhere around 52.97 to 53.04. That's what he said. He said 30 minutes. 2025 non-residential construction starts are scheduled to be up 29% next year. Just what we need. More commercial real estate. I can't believe your dad lasted that long. Not what your mom told me last night. I mean, imagine at rich kids schools, right? Where like you're the poor kid and your mom's on OnlyFans, and the rich kids are paying her for custom content. It's gonna be a fucking mess. Maybe it already is. I don't know. I'm not in middle school. Imagine 12-year-old boy that's getting roasted. The kid pulls out the at least mommy didn't go anal. Why does Ko-Fi not block that? 30 minutes? Yo, tell your dad to slide into my DMs. Aren't most OnlyFans models broke anyway? Yeah. Most of them are like they've lost money between buying a camera and the ring light. Something like 90, I think it was like 94% of them make less money than they've spent on starting the business. But the dream of becoming a multimillionaire, showing your hoo-ha on the internet, will incentivize generations of people to come. Losing money after showing the town your hand flower. These girls need to learn how to trade. Good God, that's what I said. That was my original idea, Jen. That's bold of you to say, to sitting on your tower of 5K OnlyFans subs a month. Also, a middle school age kid already committed. Really? That's awful. Wow. Thanks for shitting all over the parade, BMG. Good job. Typical lawyer. Losing money on OnlyFans, the female equivalent of us blowing up a port. And sometimes you guys blowing up a port is a female equivalent of blowing up a port. SCX is looking weak. It's got an hour. I feel like most people should be able to look at themselves in the mirror and determine if they would make any money or not. No, believe it or not. Because small appeal is enough to drive the idea that they would have mass appeal. Right? So some girl's ex is like, oh my god, you're the hottest girl in the world. And she's like, I'm gonna do OnlyFans. He was just thirsty. You know, it's. Yeah, but we can laugh about it right now, BMG, without you ruining it. Then we can be sad later, which is the American way. Somebody explain this guy what a fetish is. Who, me? This entire stream is built on a fetish. Yes, it is Fintop Daddy. Can we have a new term for OnlyFans content creators? Porn stars isn't fitting. It's too important sounding. Porn plebs? Fetish of having the market curb stomp our junk? No, just me loving attention. Uber drivers are gig workers. OnlyFans should be giggity workers. Y'all need to stop talking and start buying. That was a once in a lifetime dip buying opportunity. I'm already long. I bought a 5305 call that expires in 44 minutes. I couldn't be more bullish. Wait, are you telling me if I cook pies naked, I can make money? Do I have to fuck the pies? Couldn't hurt. I mean, it might if they're still hot. Fucking the pies is the premium content? Oh, I see. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So kind of like a tiered. Like I just bake the pie on the free content, and that's what brings the people in. I just made $21 on a call spread. Take that, OnlyFans girls. So it's kind of like when video game companies are like, here's the video game at full price. But if you spend more, you can get it earlier, faster, and slightly more naked. And that's broken up into three separate tiers. Smart. Gotta get the boys interested. No girls paying for that. I can think of at least two that would. On the free content, you bake the pie wearing nothing but an apron. You flash a little side shaft from time to time to get everyone going. The premium content is after the pies cool off. Jen and Regardsky don't count. Actually, I don't think either one of them would pay for me to fuck a pie. They weren't on the original list. I do have an apron. It's like one of the fancy ones, too. It's very executive chef. It's got a pocket in the front. It's where I keep my utensil. I think Regardsky maybe. Maybe. I doubt it. So what you're saying is I just need to tear out Pickles picks. Low probability Pickles picks for everyone, and then various tiers of higher and higher probability Pickles picks. No? Yes. Well, we got 2 votes. Seems split. I subscribed because I thought Pickles Picks was Pickles Picks. Yeah, I know. You've complained a bunch. Lowest tier Pickles Picks will always be GME, BBYRQ. Did you already do that? Pigeon Whales get the 10 baggers. Have they been talking about DDS again? Fuckers. I haven't yet finished complaining. Are you gonna buy BNED calls? No. I thought about it, but probably not. Might just wait till it breaks $1, buy them at $1, sell them when it falls back to 85 cents. You know, the way. That would triple the amount of screenshots I have to take every night. I don't know. Doesn't seem worth it. My calves are in the Discord for everyone to see. You just have to know where to look. I know you have Big Dilly style. Who's looking for BNED calls? I can make that market. If Andy closes over 170, that's quite bullish for tomorrow, right? Yes. Well, it's better for tomorrow. Still needs to get above 175 to lock in that bull run. Because that's where all the delta is, right? So until it crosses 175, it can still be a little slippery. And the more tests that reject, the more likely it is to fail back below Like the more short calls we're gonna get at 75 and 80, right? And if that goes on for long enough, and eventually it'll outweigh the bullish positioning. It needs live calf action. I'm not prepared for that. My calves haven't seen the sun in like a year and a half. How has Meta's price action affected your outlook for OPEX? It hasn't. I really wish I'd gotten filled on my second buy in here at $10. Oh well. What's FSLR doing? Not regaining 80. That's kind of interesting. End phase is fucking rocketing back up though. There's the gap fill. Has the documentary Jurassic Park affected your outlook for extinct dinosaurs? It'd be so cool if we had dinosaurs. I'd want one. Like one of the smaller ones, but like as a pet. You gonna toe ring those calls? It's just one call. And which one? Maybe. I don't know which one you're talking about. Is there a price target on end phase? Yeah, like 40 or 50. 140, 150. I don't want a chicken. I don't like chickens. Go for the 1 year high at 170. I mean, the out of the money calls are filling in on it. It could go higher. It just hasn't. If you like chickens, what makes you think you'd like a dinosaur? I was thinking more of like a herbivore one. Also, no wings, you know? Rank these meats: beef, pork, chicken. There you go. A chicken, a cat, a couple body freezers. It sounds like a Long Island party with half of New Jersey invited. That's most parties on Long Island. Do you like Enflaze or FSLR to perform better this week? Um Good question. I think Enphase is better positioned because it's still lagging quite a lot. That's why I went long Enphase last week. While FSLR was already running. Chickens are notoriously difficult to work with in OnlyFans channels. Hmm. I've seen that dude that does skateboarding tricks with his chicken. Hold on. Are you talking about actual chickens? What strike do you have on your TLT pets? Let's see what I have. Boop. I have 92s and 90s. Oh, and I have some 95-80 put spreads for August. Which I'm probably going to roll out to September. But I haven't decided yet. Yeah, because the 80 is kind of fucking worthless now. Either roll it out or just I might just close the short put on that. It's kind of pointless at this juncture. Still 5 cents from my fill. Wait, can we talk about my dream last night? Actually true. You picked me up in a Tesla. What did we do? Average up end phase isn't such a bad idea. There's some risk. I mean, just remember both FSLR and Enphase carry some risk of China announcing new tariffs unexpectedly. No, I mean after hours wicks aren't really relevant. I probably have them too. Seems like there's a few of them. Yeah, it's just wide bid ask. Any tips on smoking meat? Hmm. I would say don't make the mistake of using like temperature and time as your guide. Like look at the fucking meat and look at like the fat render and you use that as your guide. Like when it's done, it's done. You know? Um yeah. Nvidia going at 1200 tomorrow. Something's got to keep the market up, right? The Siri candle was on Thursday. Oh, okay. I mean, it doesn't matter though. Holy frijoles, Batman. BNet is alive. So's my call. Not on BNet. Yeah, BNet's getting a little spicy. It's not like it's closing over $1 here or anything, so I'm not super excited, but interesting. Holding up. How have bulls not gotten this back above fucking 5,300 yet? That was ridiculous. A fucking hour and a half. Get your shit together. Delta's not even positive yet. $53.02. I bought a 5,300 calls for 60 cents about 20 minutes after you bought the 5,305. Just closed them out at 220. Nice. Well done. Lots of puts on SPX. Yeah. Is my 5,305's time coming? Maybe. We're so close. It's only $6. My dream is to smell smoked meats from my 1994 Dodge van. Okay. That's reasonable. Ray Dream, we talked about my port's poor performance. You tried to convince me to join Pigeon Whale because there was some secret group for pigeon whales, and you were really nice in person. Who told you that? Do you think I spend my time running around trying to convince people to join pigeon whales? Weird. Weird dreams, man. Yeah, exactly. Just a dream. I had a dream it was a merman. That's awesome. Apparently, I picked him up in a Tesla, too. Was it like a date? Why were you on a date with a man in your dreams? How does a merman reproduce? You just, they just nut in the water. Like a fish. Hey, who likes to go scuba diving? You also get impregnated like a seahorse. That's a mer centaur. That's totally different. I don't know why you'd think I'd choose a if I were a centaur. I don't know why you'd think I'd choose a Tesla as the vehicle of choice. Although I will say that a Cybertruck with like maybe a Targa top could work. It's why the ocean's so salty. Why you guys make it like I chose to dream this dream? You could have exited at any point, long before we got to a discussion about your portfolio. The door was open. You stayed. I saw a fucking Cybertruck yesterday. It looked like a commercial oven. It looks like a Pontiac Aztec. With like a lower quality design philosophy. You know what the issue was? Listening to the member stream while going to sleep. I'm surprised you didn't have more dreams about Dork's drip tube. A Pontiac Aztec banged a microwave. One of my neighbors with a black matte wrap that looks better than the stock, but it still looks horrible. So, like a Batmobile, like a not cool looking Batmobile, the Christian Bale Batmobile. Yeah, okay. I saw a pink one in Westchester like a couple weeks ago, like hot pink. Do you have the highest view count for the recent Billionaire stream? FOMO from FSLR play? No. We actually bored away about half of the audience before the end of the day. I had a dream we were in the same Uber, and I made a joke about getting free pontiff. You were a magnificent mountain Thanks, dude. I know there was some guy on Twitter who bought us. He bought the Cybertruck, and it wouldn't fit in his parking spot in his apartment complex, and he filed to sell it, and they wouldn't let him break the contract. Once y'all started talking about sprinklers, I was out. See, and then we put the juicy stuff in after. That dude was on his 5th Tesla. It's not like I would have remembered it anyway. Yeah, the number of like live viewers compared to the number of people who've watched the Sunday stream by market open on Monday are drastically different. Can you lift a Cybertruck? It seems heavy. Yeah, people go to church. It's ridiculous. Are Sunday streams for billionaires only? Only billionaires can ask questions in them. Or, well, no, only members can ask questions. It's members only chat, not billionaires only chat. Oh, my allergies are kicking up. Hold on. I don't think we're going to 5305. Maybe not. But that's a chance I'm willing to take. Can you look at ASTS? Why are you always asking me about this fucking shit stock? What about it? I've literally never asked you about it. I don't believe you. Someone else has then. You're getting the blame. Gherkin here. I was just contacted by a recruiter from BNED. Bullish. Nice. They must know that you're long. Looks like it rejected a trend. If it breaks out above 541, could be kind of bullish. Might get a continuation at least. I don't know to what level. Maybe like 587. Maybe 597. We got 5 minutes for this option to close in the money. Let's fill that gap. Yeah, there we go. Give me my fill. There we go. Yeah, double down. I said it might get a continuation. I wouldn't say it's squeezing. I just noticed some pretty high volume on weekly GME calls, especially at 24.25. Do you think a lot of these are sold or spreads? Probably both. Wants to close the day 53.08. We're so close. So close, it's almost impossible. I don't know. Delta's positive right here. Pump it, Bulls. You got this. VIX below 13, where it's supposed to be. At least no crime's going to be committed. What about Meta? Oh, shit. 91 cents? Nice. Passive dividend play. 1.72%. I mean, the dividend's not great. I like the sector, but there's probably better plays if you want like a good compounder. I made like 2K again. The market's broken. What do you think about Casey and their next earnings? I mean, they serve like the most underserved portion of the the American public. Looks like projections for EPS are down. Expected drops in revenue. Margins have been declining. Yeah, maybe not great. But why have margins been declining? It's unusual. Operating costs going up. No. Pretty flat. Cash flows have been getting battered a little bit, but that may not persist actually. It should be a fairly good defensive. Woo! God, I'm good at this shit. I love you, Dad. I know you do. Anyway. Let's take a look at what the market did and didn't do today. It moved towards the bottom of the market maker's expected move, but we did ultimately get a reversal and bounce back up above gamma neutral on the monthly. Still pretty bearish and still trading inside that big drop from last Thursday. Now actually trading inside of the drop from today, which is arguably even more bearish as we continue to kind of bleed out. I would say that's most noticeable maybe out here on the daily. If we take a look at this, we're starting to slip, and catching the knife here is really not all that bullish. Maybe we're able to hold steady another day, and then like Thursday, Friday are going to be really important for this breakdown if it's gonna be realized, and the range on it's quite good. We could see a move back to like the 30 EMA or even like the MA 50, which is down at like 175. A break of that, right back to our lows around 5,000, 49.53 at minor support. So definitely a lot of range for SPX to break down. Not a lot of range to the upside still because of the massive amount of sold calls there. I will say if PCE comes in cool or GDP's, moving down even more significantly, then it's possible that could be seen as a short-term bull case. I don't think that's going to happen though. ISM pricing was up. That usually tracks PCE pretty closely. So not necessarily a good sign. Spoon feed me harder, daddy. I really need to charge more for this shit. Broad commodities up 1.6% today. Nice little rebound after the low test on Friday. Thursday, Friday. And starting to get a little bit more bullishness back there. That's seen a pretty marked improvement in metals prices, a little bit in wheat, and a lot in oil. Oil hitting $80 a barrel on futures today. Dixie up, yields up, pretty much across the board. We got the 2-year almost back at 5%, 5-year at 4.58, and the 10-year back above 4.5. So financial conditions right now are quite a bit tighter than they were a month ago when we were trading 5% lower, a little over a month ago. Correlation still driving down, so they are still leaning into the dispersion trade, and we see that most noticeably in tech. But however, breadth in the market is weakening substantially, and tech will probably be the last to get its rug pulled out from under it, but it will follow suit if there is enough degradation of that breadth. Yield curve inversion getting tighter, forward yield on volatility picking up, and the USD JPY carry is moving back towards all-time highs again. This is very bearish. These are the early signs of those tightening financial conditions, those widening credit spreads that tend to lead to large index downturns. So at least have some positioning prepared for that eventuality, because it could happen. Skew still moving up, although I do think that this is an incorrect measure currently. I think tail risk hedging is more than appropriate right now. It's just the majority of the short vol is on the call side, which is, well, skewing the skew. 45.72% of the S&P 500 over its 20-day moving average, which is not strong. That also speaks to the lack of breadth that we're seeing, right? We've got a new week for VIX, cash VIX futures correlation, and we are seeing a pretty significant decline or increase of 6% correlation between the two as of today, with VIX closing up 3.96%, VIX 3-month up 3.6%, which is surprising given that, our close very near our open, right? So realized vol going down, but implied vol coming up. And that's something I mentioned last night when going over the technical analysis, is that here on the 1 month we have a bit of a broadening formation, which is kind of rare, especially on the monthly. And this could infer that we're going to see a period of increased implied volatility moving forward. And that's about it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Congratulations on all the money. If you didn't make any, get better. Keep paper trading. It takes time. Thank you all so much. Later.